And do a warm up for a second. All right. Boom. I'm just going to bring it over here. You guys already know what's going on for most of you who already are in here or watching, but that's the gist of it today. And I'm going to share this post. Give me a second. Addressing our partnership with Cyrene today and how we will be moving forward. And what else? You guys can just look at this sexy UI while I'm dealing with the administrative nonsense. Cyrene AI moving forward. And what else do I need to add? Oh, and just working on Umbrae. And eventually somebody else I trust will take over the X accounts, like when it comes on to posting it, but everything will be going through me for review just to make sure all, data is in alignment with what the company is actually doing and our vision. So also working on. All right, cool. So let me grab this link, copy link, close that. Boom, boom. Get people aware. You never go full retard, boys. Don't do that. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm gonna play a little bit of music at first to get everybody warmed up and in here and just settled in. Um, but yeah, we're gonna be addressing our partnership, how we will not be moving forward working with Cyrene at all. I've already talked to them about this and they already understand my feelings about it. Um, the only reason why I personally haven't been trying to address this for a while now, and I'll come back to this again, I'm just saying it now so you understand the initial topic while I wait for others to come in. But oh man, I gotta do my let me turn this shit off. And I'll do that later. I have a little bit of time. But it mainly is going to be important to understand that you know we're going to be focused on being completely sovereign moving forward. One of the biggest lessons for me dealing with Cyrene right now is that, unfortunately, you just can't. I personally just don't see myself trusting. This is the reason why I'm turning down a lot of potential partnerships right now and other VCs or just a lot of people trying to get in my face right now in general work with me because even with a contract and everything, they still fucked around and it's like why yeah either way we'll get into it. I just want to wait for some people to get in and I'll fully break it down. But yeah. And then we'll just work on the front end today, like I was planning yesterday, and I'm going to be working on a few different sections in the account page. So regardless of the drama and the bullshit that has to be dealt with one way or another, regardless, the good news is that regardless of how Cyrene failed to do their job, and we are going to be separating from them completely. We're very serious about what we're building here at Ignis, and I am not fucking around. Like I could care less what people believe or don't believe. For what I need to do is make sure I have this platform because it works for me as well. I would like to have a platform where I'm capable of providing liquidity efficiently to the entire market. So this is something that also works for me. And that's something I also question when I'm building anything. If I'm not going to use it, why the fuck would you use it? Right? If this platform isn't useful to me, if I don't find it cool, if I don't like it, if I don't want to play with it, then why is someone else going to want to play with it? It doesn't make sense. So this is how I'm approaching this, and for me, having our own trading platform that we can scale out into something truly sovereign that actually is able to serve people in as efficient way as possible in a decentralized format while still having hybrid centralized services because everything can't be decentralized. Unfortunately, some people really think that's the case, and it's just not. A lot of things can be decentralized, and a lot of core functions in society can be decentralized, such as global financial infrastructure should be decentralized. But still, I'm going to give it about like 5 minutes for people to settle in, and we share this around so that way people can get involved, and I can give everybody an update efficiently. But let me find a good song to start with. Uh, Let me look at this one. All right. Yes, yes, we will be migrating, but we'll get into that in a minute. It's definitely a good day for me. Just chilling out, making some water ready. This is one of my favorite songs. People will notice that. Uh, all right. Give people a second to just vibe with this for a minute. Song's not as long, but yeah, man. I'm just gonna go over a bit today how we're gonna be moving forward, how the partnership's gonna be moving forward. There's gonna be no partnership, but that's dead. But yeah, what the bigger picture is going into everything that has to be done now from this point, and how things will move from here. So yeah, I'm pretty excited though. At the end of the day, even though this does suck, my focus is getting things flowing. Let me see if I can get this set a little bit better. Boosh, boosh. That's easy. Oh yeah, no, the music is it's fine. I'm not trying to have you hear me anyway right now. I'm just collecting people. I'm going to speak after this song. I'll speak after the song. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna let the song rock, and then when fucking people more join in here, I'll get into what I need to say. We'll enjoy the song for a moment. All right. So I think we got a good amount of people here, at least by now. At least by this point, I gave people a good 5 minutes with that song. So, um, first of all, everybody's asking the question: Are we migrating? Yes, we have to. We don't have a choice. Unfortunately, the 4% was not something that was agreed on. We have a contract with Cyrene that they completely violated. Um, that's just the straightforward answer of it. This has been an issue I've had since the launch of the token. And from the launch of the token, I honestly did not expect with a 4% fucking tax for us to even be where we are. That's part of why I'm so pissed because, like, 4% tax on any trading is not something I'd personally facilitate. Like, I don't see how that inspires value. Like, for me, I would want to inspire value. So when we ended up launching a token with Cyrene, we went through them and they were supposed to be transparent about the infrastructure of what their percentage was and everything. We did not get those details. And this is the reason why later we're going to have to deal with this completely. Like this is a whole legal situation. This is a whole fucking shit show that has to be dealt with, right? I did not want to address this publicly until after we launched the platform because then we remove everything from speculation. You guys see the platforms live, you see we actually can deliver on what the fuck we say we can, and then speculation is no longer in the window, and then you guys can continue to enjoy what we have, what we're building. And then from there, I can go ahead and address the migration because that'd be much more efficient to do so at that point. That was my plan. However, we got fucking L over here. It's like fucking solving everything online, damn near basically. And it's funny because even though I didn't say anything, fucking L. I don't even know. I'm going by his profile picture. I don't remember his fucking account, but the guy with the L fucking a profile picture on X, he did point out a few things that I've been watching myself on the blockchain, but didn't have time to investigate myself because I have been suspicious of a lot of actions that they've been taking on myself, right? So I do feel like people like this do need to be called out, but it's better to actually have your facts straight before you call people out. Like I can't just assume they're doing something. I just can't say, well, I think you're doing this. Well, this is not a situation where you can think anything. And this is why I also like the blockchain, because when you're dealing with business, especially, and everything is done on chain, other business partners can't hide. Anybody who's trying to do some shady shit can't hide, and you can track everything on chain. You can see who's innocent and who's not in the party involved because the money tells the story you need to follow, right? So their claim is that they were supposed to make, only 1% off of the trading fees, right, from the 4% after we found out that the 4% was even a fucking thing post launch of the token. And once we found that out, it was an issue of like, okay, so if we are not actually, they're not actually only making 1%. And their excuses are, and again, we'll eventually break all of this down when we have all the facts and details together efficiently. And there's no point of trying to address too many of those details here now because of the fact that it has to be pressed legally now at this point, right? So for any of you guys who are intelligent enough to know how the law works, you know why I don't really need to be talking too much more at this point. Just understand that we're moving forward. We're not going to be working with Cyrene at this point anymore. That's that. They fucked up. Other than that, migrating the token is the plan. Um, I will be moving over to Base personally because I love EVM much more efficiently. We already have a plan for exactly how to do that, especially with the new Base Solana bridge that has been developed. It makes it much more efficient for us to create a bridge that's specifically for this. The mechanism for the conversion and migration and everything, we will break that all down in the future, but this is all going to be done post launch of the platform. We cannot do this anytime soon. So we're going to probably do this like early Q2 latest, but like, I'm hoping late Q1 we can get this done and over with because the earlier we do this, the better. But this is something that has to be done appropriately because now I want to make sure that we take over the full smart contract infrastructure for the token. And then once it is redeployed onto base, everything is converted appropriately, liquidity and everything. And that means that we also, unfortunately, are going to have to come out of pocket with our own liquidity to add to this because 20% of that liquidity is locked and not all of it is ours. Part of that is with Cyrene. And again, something that will be addressed later more in detail. but a good percentage, if not half of that, is locked by Cyrene as well, which shouldn't be. It should be, and it should be exactly. So if you guys understand, we definitely are pissed when it comes down to this, and I've already addressed the situation with them, and they know how severe this is, and for them to try to ride the back of our success has been pissing me off a lot as well. So personally, I do not fuck with it, and they will no longer be welcome in anything I build in the future moving forward, or any of the events that I create, or any of the infrastructure that I move forward in anything that we create. Like I just don't have time for it. Since the community has already brought it to light, it is what it is. And these are the type of things that, I'm personally just learning the hard way. I just don't fuck with no one for this exact reason. Because no matter how much you try to do the right thing and work with people with good intentions, and they seem to have good intentions because we met these people in person. I met them out here in Thailand, seemed like great people. When we're moving through them, I'm checking with them to make sure everything's good. And I kept pressing the issue, and then you find out they just don't deliver the way you expect them to. So honestly, I shouldn't be too surprised, honestly, now thinking about it. But at the same time, it is what it is. And we just move forward, and we bring the community the platform that we promised. That's really it. And when we relaunch the token, it will be much more efficient for our ecosystem because we have the ability to integrate it into our ecosystem more efficiently. The plan I have as well for the base tax, it should be dynamic. It shouldn't be something that's like 4% base. It should be a complete dynamic fee where the base fee is like something no more than 0.25 or some shit like that. Like it's kind of excessive. Where the dynamic fee gives it the ability to be much higher depending on volatility. So when we're in a volatile market, we make better fees from that pool, so on and so forth, things like that. That's something that I was thinking. That makes more sense to me because it inspires value, and then when there's volatility, you make a much better flow, and it's fair for everyone involved. Now, when it comes down to the current infrastructure, 4%, I personally don't think that's fair at all. Like that's one of the biggest problems I have with this because it just doesn't inspire value, especially low capital. It just doesn't. People with larger capital, definitely not. So it's like I if you look at the fees on our platform, you see that 4%. It doesn't match the mindset that comes from our platform infrastructure and business model, right? So that's one of the things that for me is a huge fucking problem. So um it is what it is. Like we have to just be ready to move forward. And I honestly just need to make sure that, yeah, we just deliver on our word. That's really what it comes down to. And that's what I'm going to be working on today, building a platform live like I was yesterday, just building things out. And once we get to the point where the platform is live, unfortunately, Cyrene is somewhat benefiting off of this in the meantime because they're claiming fees from the fucking token. They can, and that's again why I have to address them later. It's just is what it is. So um, it's like I don't want to have to go too deep into that because I have to. It's a whole legal fucking shit show now, and yeah, when it comes down to it, the bigger focus is just making sure that we have our platform still serve. That's all that fucking matters to me at this point. Making sure you guys get what we said we were going to give you, the 5% that comes from the U1 still being divided to the holders, the same exact token supply, the same exact percentage locked, all that good stuff. You know what I mean? Much stronger tokenomics to add to it as well, because being able to provide like liquidity to the token on our platform directly within our own token, like our contract infrastructure, having our own base DLMMs being able to be used instead of Meteoros. There's going to be a lot of advantages moving over to base once we have our own base DLMM protocol and everything going live. So, and the auditors are working on that now, by the way, for anyone still curious about the audit. They have, again, still found a few bugs. So I'm still addressing those things with those guys. All bugs will be fixed at the end of the audit. Ooh, shit! Somebody's talking shit. Um, but yeah, it is what it is. Uh, we just uh, we just gotta keep moving forward. That's really it. I have the smart contracts basically should be again we're going to be finalizing that audit next week, and then we're going to be doing a third party audit with Hashlock like we've done before. Hashlock again is our security partner when it comes down to anything, like making sure that we have like a good stamp of approval that it's secure. um, and then we'll have other like security partners in the near future. We have another security partner in a plan for a bounty shortly after that audit with Hashlock, and then from there, yeah, it's just going to be scaling out the platform and making sure we do it securely. That's really it. And I have a ton of ideas for the platform. You'll just see them come to life. I don't really want to just keep talking too much because at this point we live in the realm of speculation until the platform is live, right? Even if I'm working on it and you can see me working on it, people are like, well, I'm not using it. All right, whatever. So let me just keep working until we get to the point where it's live and you can shut the fuck up. Because I personally don't care about the talk. Like the talk is cheap to me too. I agree. It doesn't mean anything to me. So when I'm doing business and I'm dealing with people, there's only so much talking you can do before I need you to do something. So let's get back to it, folks. Hopefully that answers your questions. No, we don't fuck with Cyrene. Yes, we're pissed. Yes, we're going to be dealing with the situation moving forward. Yes, we're migrating. Yes, we're moving over to base. And yes, there's going to be a lot of restructuring on so many different dimensional levels around that token. However, all liquidity, and you will be able to like bridge your tokens over perfectly to the new token. So I highly recommend holding all of your fucking tokens, NFA, whatever the fuck. But yeah, not financial advice, as they say, whatever. But hold your tokens. Make sure you hold them because you will be needing them to convert over to the new contract that we will be deploying on base. That will be fully audited. We have to make sure that all of that is secure because that's a whole other fucking spiel I got to go through. Like I have to make sure all of that is perfect, which is again the the reason why we're moving on from the contract with them because they were supposed to handle these things securely and also have that done the right way, and they never did. So is what it is. Like stupid on my part, honestly. Should have known better, but now I know not to just trust just because people seem cool. And just, you have to prove yourself at the end of the day. That's something I do all the time. I prove myself through my actions instead of my words. And that's what everyone else is going to have to start doing for me if they want to work with me. That's really what it comes down to. Because just before that, I wasn't in a position of like where we were just blowing up like this, right? So you have to work with what you kind of like can get with in that situation. Now we're in a much stronger position of authority with the kind of buzz we have going around us and the network we got going around us. The sphere of influence is getting stronger. It just is what it is. And with that being the case, I have the negotiational power that just so for anyone watching that's trying to work with us and stuff like that, I am aware of like if you want to work with me, it's not like I don't want to have partners or anything like that, but I need clear objective value being brought to me that's highly transparent. When I ask you for something, I don't want to fucking circle jerk. I don't need you giving me fucking five different other answers when I need you to give me the answer for the question I asked for. And unfortunately, there's too many people in business who like to fucking dick around. And that's just like when I start seeing that, I'm just going to move on. Like if you start playing around my time and energy on any dimensional level when I'm trying to do business with you, I'm moving the fuck on because you could compromise everything I'm building here. And this shit means everything to me. So, like for the VCs and all the other people who want to be like fucking mosquitoes and just come here and provide nothing but fucking money, that doesn't help me. That's like an injection that you do just to get close, so that way you can fucking suck people dry. And I've seen this shit happen to people constantly. I don't trust anyone, especially VCs. So my focus is bringing together a community. That's the whole purpose of the Ignis Elite NFTs, is that I have a community of individuals that are curated so that way I know we have each other's best interest in mind. And then from there, we can create economies within crypto that actually utilizes technology efficiently and appropriately and start holding not just ourselves accountable, but other people accountable within the space who don't do anything but bring shit into it. Like it is what it is. It sucks that we have to go through this process, but in order for us to experience a healthier space, these things do have to be addressed. Plain and simple. We can't allow people to be in a space that just take advantage of other founders, take advantage of other projects, and because I didn't know. I really didn't know what the fuck they were planning on doing, and I tried to check with it with my team. We tried to do as much due diligence as we could in their infrastructure. We looked it through their website. We even read through the code. We couldn't, and then nothing malicious. And until we launched it, they did what the fuck they did when they launched that contract. So again, we'll get more details once we have the facts straight. We can share those facts publicly, but I'm still doing all of my homework and research with my team to make sure that we can address it. So once we have all those details, we can share with the community for those of you who are interested as to what they are doing and what they're involved with, because I am very curious too. And yeah, I feel like these things just because like 99% of the time, I'm not sure if you guys watch like CoffeeZilla. I'm sure some of you do like know about CoffeeZilla. One of the things he says very often that bothers me is that what's going to happen to him, right? Nothing, right? Nothing. Like even unless you have lawyers, and even then, suing them, going through this whole process becomes like a fucking shit show. So like, I don't know. I really think crypto needs to become something where we start to hold these networks more accountable as ourselves. Like there needs to be some kind of infrastructure of authority that exists that exists on a decentralized level within crypto that holds the the community accountable for itself. Because if we let regulation step in and centralize that accountability, that's going to be a big problem. Then it's not decentralized anymore. You need the self account you need the accountability and the regulational infrastructure to be decentralized as well, because otherwise you're not going to be in a society that you want to be a part of. Trust me, you'll still live under a centralized rule or autocracy or any of that dumb shit. You want crypto to be something where you have the efficiency of something that's truly decentralized. Otherwise, you're going to get caught up in the same shit show. That's not something I want to be a part of. So, unfortunately, we live in a society right now that's kind of blind to that situation because they're all caught up trying to chase the bag, which is understandable. Like people are thirsty, they're trying to eat, they need money. No, I did not. I did not know. They say we're getting 3%, but that's not what we're getting, unfortunately. They claim to, yeah, they claim we're getting 3%, but nah, that's definitely not what we're getting. And from what I can see, they are making more than 25% off of the 4%. And yeah, it just is. And then the pool itself is being split into now by other holders and other people who can add into it. That's the whole point of DeFi. But when we initially launched the pool and just doing the math from it, because I have a system for that, again, in the future, we will publicly go into detail after we address this legally, but post legal addressment. I don't want to keep addressing this prior to that. So I'm not going to be speaking any further into any of those details. They're going to have to talk to my lawyers anyway. So it just is what it is. Like I'm not hearing it. So um, other than that, yeah, we just got to stay focused, guys. That's really it. Good news is we have a platform to build. So let's get back to that. Let me move over to scene one. Boom, boom. Do, 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 do. There we go. All right, so this is what we're going to be working on today. I'm going to turn down the music so you guys can actually hear me. Um, all right, so um, let's focus on something a little bit more positive now, like the platform and shit, which I'm actively trying to get live as soon as possible. Because at this point, we need it. We need good vibes in this space and good energy and dope shit, dude. Like I'm tired of having to deal with all this negative ass shit all the time. Like, don't get me wrong, you can't ignore it. That's the problem with a lot of people. They just let problems fester and build up to the point where it becomes a much bigger problem later. And I think that's the dumbest thing you can do. You want to make sure that you're on top of shit. Don't let shit slide. Like even the little things, because if yeah, once you do, people just think it's sweet. All right, so I have to fix this right here, right there already. I need that to be my custom design. turn up the music too, since we're in work mode now. I'm not really gonna be talking that much. So for this design, I like this, but I just don't like the quality of it. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't feel as clean as my other shit. So let's see, we got a little bit of test the position or two. God damn it! Fuck! Oh, my cat's so spot. Yeah, that's not right. I gotta fix the math. That is terrible. Ew. This is not supposed to be that bad. Alright, what's up? This is why you have to test everything, folks. Alrighty. Yeah, we're gonna focus on that again today too. I have to fix that tonight. What else do we need to address? That's already done. Alrighty. Gotta make sure that the math is right here, at least for Solana. I know Solana have it right. Alright, let me go ahead. We have 67 already in there, so let me just create a position. Alright, let's max that out. Alright, cool. 37. Good there, alright, so that looks right. So what's going on with that? Okay, that looks alright. There we go. All right, cool. Got to fix a few things here, like that. Don't feel like I need to constantly show the logos all the time. I could just have Sol, base token, USDC, base token. There's things like that, little things like that. I'm gonna keep defining down the line, but that's like very, very small shit. I don't need to focus on that right now. Don't need to focus on stuff like that right now. So I'm sure you guys are trying to like, oh, I can't hear this guy's fucking music, all right? But like this right here, like this doesn't need to be here. This doesn't need to be here. Even this doesn't need to be here. Just the pool info. I don't even need it to say the same thing constantly because that's here, right? All that information is right here. So I just need to see. This needs to be refreshed because I know if for some reason it's just not picking it up. Total value locked. Yeah. All right. So I got to debug that. Make sure that's pulling it up. But yeah, I think this is good to have here because you could be selecting a different pool, right, and still be in here. So this is a 20 bin per step pool, but I'm going to be looking at my position, which is a 10 bin. So this seems like useful, so that way you know which position you're still looking at. The details and the number for your position is something I need to add here. Because knowing which position number you're dealing with, I think helps people who work from a more simple mindset. So position number 1, instead of just live here, I would have the number of your position here. That's going to be another thing. It's just, again, like I just want to do everything in my power to make it as intuitive as possible for you to move through. Everything keep within the same space, consolidate information as much as possible. The less is more, but there's also something about balancing the amount of content with substance, you know. I don't know, it's just a preference, I guess. It's subjective at that point. But what the fuck is going on? Sometimes Claude Code really does some dumb shit, bro. Okay. All right, I'm turning music back on. The account page, I think this is nice and all that, but I feel like it still takes up too much space. Yeah, I'm also going to decide on that. Yeah. All right. So we're gonna slim this up a bit by removing this. I like this a lot. Like, don't get me wrong, but when it comes down to seeing something that just like when I'm at my account page, I just don't feel like this is necessary for me to look at like consistently. I wanted this to be something where when I went back and forward, I have some ideas for it, but I'm gonna have to hire some front end developers who can help my visions come to life a little bit more. Like I'm only so good of a developer because again, I work with AI. I'm able to understand development very clearly and understand exactly how coding shit works fundamentally, but when it comes down to some front end developers I've seen out there get some shit done that have like 20 plus years in the space, they're like wizards. So those are some of the people I'm going to be looking to bring on my team who are capable of like creating genuinely like interesting abstract designs that are also user friendly. That's going to be my focus. It's like we want to be able to be creative, but we also want to be able to have something that's just intuitive, fun to work with, and just looks fits the aesthetic at least for what I'm initially going for. Um, I don't know why is things going up here. What the fuck is going on? Oh, it's still using shit. Sorry, I'm checking on a few things at once. Motherfucker, don't. I can't stand how like you look away from a mosquito and it disappears. Like I gotta stop that shit. I gotta like keep my eyes on these motherfuckers as they move, and then pick up this bitch and get full contact. 'Cause they've been pissing me off. I ordered a bunch of this shit recently. I ordered a what's it called? A fucking mosquito repellent incense. Cause out here lately they've been fucking getting the fuck out of me. Like I've been trying to sleep, nope, no fucking peace. My hands get violated. That's the worst part. When you have itchy ass fingers and shit, it's like, bro, what the fuck? I fucking hate mosquitoes. Alright, cool. We got a game plan that we made. bitch. Yeah, see, that's how you have to do it. You have to keep your eye on them and then grab your weapon. You have to know where your weapon is at all times. And then make sure you're ready to go. Like, otherwise, motherfuckers will get away. Fucking pieces of shit. Yep, alright, cool. This should work. Whoa. Ah. See, that's better. It's definitely better. Yeah, it's much cleaner. Still gotta address a few more things like the framing of that section over there. I'm gonna build a new rig very soon because I need to get off of Windows. I'm done with this shit. Shit's slow as fuck. It's bulky as shit. You just get a bunch of extra ass shit installed in your fucking system for no dumbass reason. Fucking hate this shit. I'm building my own operating system eventually. I really don't care if anybody believes we can or cannot do it. We're doing it. So one thing I will be doing that I do with AI is that I do with AI That I do. I fucking can't stand when I get caught doing that dumb shit. Anyway, uh, one of the things that I do with AI is text, speech to text, because it saves a lot of time with prompting. Not all the time is it ideal. Like, you don't need it for small little fucking things, but like when you're going into a full explanation, I'll use it. So if I lift my headset up like this and I'm talking, that means I'm talking to the AI most likely. Or I forgot that I had my headset up and I'm just being retarded. So it's one of the two. Don't. All right, cool. I cleaned that up. They don't need those side things. Yeah, that's much cleaner, honestly. Don't no need to do too much. I could make these look cooler, like each of these metrics like look really nice. It's biggest thing here. It's filling out the overview, making sure it has a full coverage of everything that really matters to you. Um, the proficiency. I feel like proficiency should be right underneath level. I don't know. I think this should be customizable too, like modular. I'm gonna make this modular. I'm gonna do that right now. Yeah, that's cool. Need to fix that a little bit. Gotta close this fucking door. These fucking things keep me alone. What is it like to not? It's too hot in here. Oh my god. Wow, bro, this fucking kid. And I know it was this kid. That's the sad part. This fucking little fucker definitely touched my shit. I fucking hate kids for this exact fucking reason. Fucking hate this. God damn it, man. why I'm afraid of getting a cat because I fucking gunned him. And the fucking cat is on one of my guns and I fucking want to kill it. So I'm just like, I'd rather not. I like nice shit. I don't need fucking weapons. There we go. Cool. Now I can take comfortably. Oh. So. Oh, my dumbass had my voice thing up. See, I was talking and I had my shit up and nobody could hear me and I'm just babbling. So what I was saying is that fucking um the NFTs, they're not tied to Cyrene in any way, shape, or form. That's completely sovereign. We launched those years ago, and it's been something that's been a slow process for a while now. Those assets are something that we use initially to just scale Ignis as a whole and everything we want to build, not just Umbrae, because there's a ton of other things we want to build beyond Umbrae. And then beyond just that, gives us the ability to have a community. I created those assets because I want to have a community of individuals where we help empower each other with the best and keep each other's best intentions in mind while building, an ecosystem for decentralized sovereignty and people to actually scale that out efficiently. Um, but yeah, those aren't tied to Siren in any way, shape, or form. Those completely benefit our ability to keep building and moving forward. And again, there's only going to be 777. On top of that, anyone who's willing to give back to the users or community 10% or 13% from a referral fee that is instantaneously paid out in the smart contract. You guys can see that. That's something we designed a while ago. um, yeah, like we're not that should clearly paint the picture of the fact that we wouldn't support a 4% tax. Like that's just not something we would do. Why would we give people back 10% and 13% referral fees that you can earn off the NFTs if we were greedy enough to take fucking 4% off of every trade? That's kind of intense. So yeah, I don't. It won't be the case when we redeploy, just so you guys know. And again, like you will be able to hold your tokens now, and I do incentivize holding the tokens because there will be benefits to bridging over as an initial holder. I want to find ways to reward the people who continue to hold, believe, and stick with us in the meantime while we're still going through that process. One of the things you'll learn about me as a founder is that I care a lot about loyalty, and I will reward that loyalty very highly. And there's a term that I take very seriously that I'm going to tattoo to myself and on some shit. Loyalty is royalty. Plain and simple. You cannot pay for loyal people at the end of the day. Like you can't. Like I've done this shit for so long. I've been around so many different people, and one of the things I value the most is those who are loyal. Because if I'm going to devote myself to you and what I'm building and what we got going on here, I need to know my team is devoted to this shit equally, if not as much more or whatever. I need that energy matched. I need to be around people who keep driving me and pushing me to do better, more, and greater on what I'm doing. And that's the thing. You can't do that unless you have people who are genuinely going to be real with you and loyal. You want realness and you want loyalty. You don't need sycophants. You don't want that. But you also want assholes who are just mean for no reason. That's fucking pointless. Hmm. 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 That's pretty cool. That's good options. Yeah, if you missed the part where I was talking about Cyrene AI, Cyrene and everything, you're gonna have to go back to the fucking beginning of the video. I am not repeating myself. I'm not doing that. Just so you guys know, you're no one special. I don't treat anybody special like that. If there's a whole section that I've already said all that shit, you can go back there and check it out. Please do that. I will be making an official announcement, giving more details in the thread and everything later. That makes it easier for you guys to understand. There will be a TLDR for those of you who don't like to read because you're retarded. But yeah, that's about it. And then don't give me that excuse. I'm too busy to read. Well, you're too busy to fucking educate yourself. Then that sounds retarded to me. I don't find that shit to make sense. Like when people are, I'm too busy for it. Well, then you're too busy to be a part of what we're doing. I don't mind. I'll move on from you. I'm focused on the people who see the value for what we're fucking doing and are ready to run shit up. That's it. I'm not here to fucking chase everyone. That's the problem with everybody. Don't chase everyone. Stop doing that shit. Focus on what you need to do, build what you know you need to build, and then if it's objectively valuable, people will come. It doesn't matter if they like you or not. What matters is if it does it actually add value to society? Does it actually add value to our lives? Does it help in any way, shape, or form? If not, then nobody gives a fuck. If yes, then people give a fuck. That's really what it comes down to. Your feelings mean absolutely nothing. Not in business. They don't. And I'm tired of people making business about emotions and shit. A little better. Nice. That's cool. That's sick. I like that. Listen, if you're gonna ask me to check my DMs, and if I fucking check my DMs and you're soliciting me for some stupid ass marketing shit, don't waste my fucking time. I do not need any marketing teams or any marketing professionals. I will find that shit on my own time when I feel like it. I do not need any community managers. I already have an entire fucking community in Ignis that I'd hire first for the jobs to do any of those things before I'd hire some rando. So I'm just letting this shit be known for any of you fucking retards watching me who don't seem to understand clear boundaries and shit. Do not waste your time reaching out to me. I'm gonna ignore you. If you're just gonna solicit for shit that I don't care about, that obviously I don't need, but you seem to think I do, you're gonna find out I don't. Gotta love the volcano. Alrighty. Alright. So next step. We're gonna make this modular. And then we have to fix this crowbar here. Alright, going off camera again while I do this next update. I'm just gonna hit this to the phone. Yeah. Nice. Alrighty. That's clean. I didn't even say to add all that shit. This is clean. This is clean. Alright. Yeah, I was talking to myself. I knew my mic was off. That's clean. I gotta make that kind of obvious. I'll be in the tutorials. So tomorrow I'm gonna definitely work on tutorials after I'm done with what I'm doing today. I'm gonna probably be up for a bit though, working on a bunch of shit. Make sure it all looks good. Yeah, I like that though. That came out much better than I thought it would as quickly as it did. It's fucking sick. I don't like the frame design for this. That's cool. That's cool. I like this. I like this. Boop, 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 boop. Interactive. Oh, this is good. These all look good. Nice. 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 It made it a global thing. Good. I didn't have to tell it to make it global. Fucking thank God. Fuck. Nice. Framing of these better. That's about it. This could take up this space a little bit more. We could add some details here. I'm trying to figure out what to put here in this empty space. Like what makes sense here. make sure all these are plugged in efficiently before anyone starts testing. Settings, I gotta figure out which settings the user needs to be able to access that matter the most fundamental. Eventually there'll be KYC, things like that. There's definitely need to be expanded on. This should take forever to review this. God damn. It's not even that serious, bruh. Yes, it is. 'Cause I'm trying to make it like in depth So like my goal here now with the P&L tabs and stuff like that is like if, I'm not sure if you guys know about like Forex Book, like my Forex Book. It's a tool for forex traders and things like that who want to track their progress with their MT5 accounts, or MT4 accounts, things like that. And one thing I want to kind of have is something similar like that that has all the similar stats. Because eventually in the future, I am planning on adding forex and those other components down the line we have the capacity to. Now, when it comes down to it, those stats are all things that I would want to have. I just didn't like the user interface for Forex Book, so we need something similar, but covers crypto. You know what I mean as well, and DeFi, which you have impermanent loss and a bunch of other stats to consider, which were like liquidity provision and things in that realm. So yeah, my computer sounds like it's fucking doing a marathon sometimes. Um, right. I think this next update is going to be pretty cool. I think this is probably going to be the cooler updates I do for tonight. Um, oh, I love this one. More trappy. Yeah, I think so. So a lot of people have it. Nothing but has to wait. You have to also consider like the psychological effects of using AI. Yeah, I'm on like Twitch and everything too. You know, eventually it'll scale out and people will pay attention to it. That will come with content creation. If people watch me, they watch me. If they don't, they don't. It's up to you. Okay, quest. Now, this looks like ass. We got to fix that for sure. But then also, I need to think about it. How do I want my quest presented? Mission control doesn't feel too much like mission control. It just feels too basic, too copy and pasty. You know what I'm saying? Like something about this isn't speaking my fucking language. So I need to refine it a little bit. I'm thinking like larger squares, boxes that say each component, like you get a better visual view of each task, and then you can also rearrange the tasks that you want to choose to focus on, like you have the current focused missions and the ability to have those in your view at all times, and highlighted missions or something like that. Yeah, things like that. We'll do that after we finish the forex kind of like P&L. But I'm already planning my next move after I do this. So that's how I work. I try to work ahead of like my sprint. Like whenever I'm doing something and I've already got it in motion by AI, I think about the next few things. This will have to follow a similar format. Achievements needs to fit the style of achievements. Proficiency is pretty good. I think we've got this mostly to where I want it to be. I just need to fix the framing for this, the framing for that. The framing for this is decent, could be a little bit more detailed. Probably the best thing out of everything here. And yeah, and then for people who aren't into this style, I get it. This is something I'm making off of my own personal look dev. A lot of people seem to like it too. Not everybody, but so those percentage of you who do not like it, I respect that. What we're going to do is we're going to make it possible for people to create their own look devs in the future. When I hire a stronger team that can help me with UI and UX, they will be making revised like versions that use the same layout but just different aesthetics, right? Like maybe you want something that's kawaii. Like maybe you want pink shit and you're into all that rainbow, soft, fluffy shit that I absolutely fucking despise. But that's you. You could have that option as well. Like I feel like people should have the interface that they like to play with and they want to experience it, which and then you have to trade. This is like a daily job for people. If you can make that experience fun for those people, trust me, it'll be nice. And that's what I'm thinking. Is you just kind of like bring things together efficiently. But other than that, I think another cool thing would be um yeah, the dashboard I'm going to come to. If I don't get to that tonight, I'm going to get to that tomorrow, where I can go ahead and customize the look for HIS. The daily check-in should be in the account as well. The account should have that option. If you just check in every day to take a look at your systems and stuff like that. I will make it so that way you have the option to create a because I do want people to have healthy trading habits where you're not sitting behind the charts 24/7. So I'm thinking like the daily check-in will also be tied to an infrastructure where people can create their own like work schedule, if that makes sense. Because trading should be treated like work. You shouldn't do this shit 24/7. You will start to fuck yourself over, plain and simple, especially if you're an active trader. But then when it comes down to like DeFi and things like that, you don't really need to be sitting here staring behind the screen and doing everything all the time anyway. I think one of the things I keep reading about from profitable traders that I even noticed myself is that the most effective trades are the ones that you take the least. You know what I mean? Like the positions that you're very confident on. You want to go for quality more than quantity. Plain and simple. I'd rather make 17 trades that make me $100,000 than 100 trades that make me $100,000. You get what I'm saying? Because that efficiency to get to $100,000 with 17 trades is much more important, and it causes you spent much less time trying to do that. And this is the reason why I'm moving over to AI to handle and maintain a lot of things, because this is what major institutions are doing anyway. The reason why you see the market getting liquidated consistently is because people are stupid as fuck, and an algorithm is coded to just hunt the liquidity they keep emotionally placing into the market, thinking that they're smarter than the algorithm. The algorithm doesn't give a fuck about anything else other than hunting the liquidity. So until these people figure out how to reposition their liquidity, you're going to keep getting sniped by that algo. Plain and simple. And that's the reason why so many people keep losing in the market. It's not a secret. I don't think that's going to change because unfortunately, more stupid people come into the market every day. And once you have that, it's just like the market just looks at them like food. It's like, oh shit, you thought you were capable of beating the market? Yeah, you can't beat the market. The market will always humble you. It's a complete monster in its own that can reward you if you respect its infrastructure because it's based off of consciousness. At the end of the day, what do people consider valuable? What are they going for? All that kind of shit. So let me go back to my process, finish up my rant. it's funny because this is large enough for the AI to even divide into 4 or 5 mini sprints. I like that. And it's because I have the model structured in a way where I've been working with Claude enough for it to understand how I like to work now. And I do things in section sprints. I have a system that I call Shadow Clone. And Shadow Clone works in a format where every last thing you do is structured to be as efficient as possible. It follows functional programming, and the whole point is to get from A to Z as quickly as possible, and again as efficiently as possible. There's not much time you need to be wasting. Um, when it comes down to building shit, I feel like a lot of people they just tend to rush without planning things efficiently, and that's one of the biggest things to make sure you plan your moves, especially with large like updates and things like that. But if you're like making small bug adjustments and still, there's still prompt engineering around that has to be done for the model to understand exactly how to address those bugs. This is the reason why the shadow clone system that one of the people in my community he was using was capable of getting them a 60, I think 50,000 pound grant or something like that. So that way they can build out a product that they're building for their company. I won't give up the details on exactly what they're building until they decide to, but they're using the infrastructure I created for Shadow Clone that helps them prompt engineer AI. It's like an AI orchestration system for prompt engineering. And this is going to be another product that we release from Ignis in the future. Since he's proving it works, that's a huge use case right there alone. But I want to make it more user friendly. So that requires a little bit more development on that end that I can handle now for sure. But again, like this is why I'm starting to slowly scale out our team with people that I find reliable, who when I hand some of the ideas that I have off to them, they're capable of making that a reality without me having to hold their hand through the process. I'm looking for people who are competent enough to hear a concept that I have, I hand it to them in the company, and then they can build on it. They can scale that, and from there, it's just a win-win situation. And you'll know anybody like I work with, it's just I just want to make sure all my people eat at the end of the day. Of course, I got to eat too, but if I one thing I've learned is when you take care of your people, they take care of you, and that's something I don't think I should ever change for any reason. You know what I mean? I think there's a balance. You can be too generous, and then people will start to take that for granted, and they'll start to take kindness for weakness, and it's just be ungrateful. You don't want that kind of shit, but you don't want to be greedy. You know what I mean? Where you're not giving more than you could, like not more than you should, but you could give more to certain people who are really proving their value within your infrastructure. Like, there's people in my team who I plan on blessing later because of the shit they're doing for us that they didn't have to do. You know what I mean? And that's something that I pay attention to. Should you do those things because you expect a reward? No, it's your fucking job at the end of the day. So you should do your job and make sure you do a damn good job at it. The better you do your job, you should get rewarded from people who do pay attention to that. Unfortunately, you don't live in a world where many people who run companies think from that mindset that this guy's really put in that extra work. Let me bless him for that extra work. That doesn't always happen. And I don't think you should have to kiss my ass or fucking to actually be rewarded for what you were capable of doing. You know what I mean? Yeah, you don't have to like, you don't really want to work with people who you don't like vibe with, but at the end of the day, if people do an amazing job and they deliver, you should take care of those people regardless if you guys have tension or not. You know what I mean? Like, there's plenty of people who I've had arguments with, and even right after that argument, I will pay them what I fucking owe them if I owe them anything. And even then, it's not like I have to kill a friendship just because we simply disagree on shit. As an American myself, born and raised, I personally believe that even intense debate, you should still be able to hold friendships regardless. We don't have to believe the same things. We don't have to have the same mindset. We don't have to always have a friendly conversation. But it's like it can be, moved on from. We can come and address it later. Who knows? Maybe our views may change and you may see it from my side. I might see it from your side. But at the end of the day, to let dialogue become something that turns into a violent situation shows that you haven't evolved as a being. Like, don't get me wrong, there's a certain level of disrespect before I'll smack the shit out you myself. But at the end of the day, if I get to the point where I feel like I have to do that, I'm just cutting you off. Plain and simple. Like if somebody's so disrespectful that they're clearly just not you know paying attention and shit, it's just like all right, obviously, let's just move on. Plain and simple. But don't I don't think so. I don't think feelings should be too caught up anymore. Like people get way too caught up in their feelings. It's not like your feelings don't matter, but in business, they're not as important. They're just not. And yeah, I don't want to get that caught up here with what we're building. I don't have time for some of these newer generation people getting all caught up in that shit. Like, especially even my own generation. Like, it's like, what the fuck? Because I'm 33, and there's a lot of people in my generation who just don't make fucking sense. And it's like, I don't want to have any time for that shit, dude. Like at all. Like you need to be real with yourselves. Everybody wants to fucking get clutch pearls over fucking words and shit while we got pedophiles running our country. It's like, nah, I'm good. We got bigger problems and you're worried about the dumbest shit like pronouns and stupid shit like that. Like I don't have time for that right now. We have much bigger problems. We got a lot of things to build so that way we get to the point where decentralized sovereignty exists and we can remove ourselves from a society of individuals who keep violating the fucking freedoms of consciousness. Because I'm done. And it's like, it sounds like fucking magic or woo-hoo bullshit to some people, but we'll see. I will keep building. I will keep proving objectively how shit works. And whether you listen or not is all up to you. I'll just have the safety thought. That bass line is so sick. I'm still just watching to see what updates happen from the recording process. Nice. All right, there we go. That's not nice. All right, we gotta go to the second bit. Like an hour to finish this part. Next part, I gotta completely redesign that. Probably be what I do all night tonight. All that might run a full minute. They gave me up also to be as nice. Ooh, that shit's sexy. Sexy. It's sexy. It's sexy. I like that. punching a fly. Papers. Stay hydrated, people. I don't know if y'all seen this shit. This shit is heat. This is literally heat. Token performance. All right, with path. Nice performance charts for everything. I like this. Dex performance. What's been doing the best? What you been trading on? What's your volume going through? Fee breakdown, trade activity. Yes, this is exactly what I was looking for. All this sauce. All right, continue on to sprint 3. I'm hoping your guys are appreciating the progress the same way I do. This is where I get my dopamine from when I'm working. When I see this shit. It's a slow process in the beginning, but you get through it and you start seeing dope shit, and you're like, And then once you have dope shit, you can make it doper. Got a lot of joysticks to your lip. This song had 3 different versions, and you're hearing the final version now. And you'll hear my voice in this version that was used to make the beat. super base. I'm going to do that in a separate window. Mock data, snapshots. Nice. Just still doing everything as Packet Whisper. I'm just watching it to make sure it doesn't do anything stupid. I'm not gonna lie, honestly, where AI is evolving to the point, like I've been using this shit since like ChatGPT first came out to develop or anything I could imagine AI could help me with. And when it comes down to coding, which I'm most deeply in now, uh, Claude Code still is the best coding tool, like hands down. Like at the moment that I've used it, just maybe because of how long I've been also using it, so I understand exactly how to fine tune around it. Don't get me wrong, I'm really good at fine tuning other models and prompt engineering other models and everything like that. But something about Claude Code just feels more objectively focused than other models. And that means a lot to me. Again, like you'll hear me use the word objective and subjective consistently, and when it comes down to the difference of these two things, they're vital, especially for an AI architecture. I think not being able to see the difference between objective and subjective is one of the biggest issues in consciousness in general when it comes down to refining one's intelligence. If you want to be intelligent, you have to be able to see the difference between objective data and subjective data. Plain and simple. This isn't a fucking belief. This is just is what it is. And you can argue it all you want, but how the fuck are you going to tell me you have genuine intelligence if you're not objectively observing the subject? And then people say objectivity is something that's uh, dependent on context, and we give objectivity meaning or anything like that. No, objectivity is both of us sharing an experience and experimenting on the same subject and getting the exact same fucking result and not seeing a difference. We both go through the exact same process. We both experience the exact same fucking thing. And the result of that experiment on any dimensional level gives us an objective data point. And from that, we've been able to build the life we have in reality we have now. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here today. Plain and simple. Unfortunately, science has been pervaded as well into some shit that doesn't make sense sometimes either, because they just focus on things that are falsifiable. And that's just not how observation works. Just because something isn't falsifiable doesn't mean it doesn't matter in the lens of science anymore. You just have to observe the effects of the said subject, such as consciousness. We can't falsify consciousness in its foundation. We just can't. It just is what it is. So we have to look at the foundation of how well we can map the coherency, consistency and coherence of the subject when it comes down to any foundational assessments or theories we claim of it, right? Like if we have a theory on how the foundation of reality works, it should be testable across all formats of that theory. Everyone should be able to test that and experience the answer. If not, it's not objective. If you and I can't say, oh, yeah, that makes sense, I've experienced that myself when I've tested this, then it's not objective. It's subjective. And unfortunately, we're going to live in a world, which we still do live in, where people, because their subjective belief is not objective truth, they will fight to make it objective truth. They will lie and pretend that it is reality. Because if you convince yourself the lie is the truth, that's all that matters. And these are going to be the worst people to deal with, which is why I do not fuck with any form of fucking belief at all. I need to know. I don't care to believe. If you want to live in the realm of faith, good luck. I don't have time to believe in people. I don't believe in my team. I know my team can do their fucking job. Otherwise, they're fired. Plain and fucking simple. Or I have to do it. It's one or the other. This is why I'm capable of doing as much as I am, because I don't like to rely on people. I know I have to rely on my fucking self 9 times out of 10. But I have a great team, which I'm extremely grateful for. I have a decent community that's doing an amazing job fucking keeping people together and focused on the bigger picture. I am grateful for my network, but at the end of the day, we have to hold ourselves to that standard and continue to refine it. It doesn't mean you can't have fun, But right now, as of shit where it currently stands, fun is not possible until we make this space what we need it to be. We keep trying to ignore the bigger picture and the larger problems because we want to get comfortable. And everybody wants you to shut the fuck up so you can focus on being fucking happy. That shit doesn't help. We want to be happy. We actually have to make something sustainable for that happiness to make sense. One of the biggest issues in the world right now is fucking birth rates, right? In like Japan and all these other different places, like people are not fucking having kids. Why are people having kids? Because we're fucking broke. Who wants to fuck when you're this broke? When you have to worry about your future generations being able to feed themselves and shit. This shit don't make no sense. So who the fuck wants to have kids reasonably? Especially if you have a goddamn brain. Why would you have a child? That makes no goddamn sense. And all these people want to get mad at, oh, why are these people not having kids? This is why. So how do we fix that? You create an ecosystem where the people actually benefit off of it. And we can't expect our current government to do that. They failed. So how do you do that? This is why crypto exists. Stop waiting for people to fucking solve your problems. Start solving them your fucking selves. Yeah, I'll work on a post like making it clear the separation from Cyrene. I'll do that after this session. And then make it so that way people can quote it and then share it around because I know people who want to make it clear. It has to be done. You know what I mean? But yeah, yeah, no, it is what it is. You know, we just gotta be ready to keep cooking, people. That's it. Cut off the leeches and parasites and move on. I have to just be real about it. It is what it is, you know? Fucking just keep cooking. All right, let's get back to work. I think I'm almost done with the final sprint, and I can move on to Quest, and then I can move on to who knows. We'll see how long fucking Quest takes. It's getting kind of late. It's 1:30, 1:30 almost, 1:23, 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, so I don't know if you got. Oh, I can't play that kind of shit because then I'll get copyright infringements. But if you know Maximum the Hormone, every time I see the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, or think of that process, I think of the song "Choo Choo Lovely Lovely Mooney Mooney," and I don't remember the fucking rest of how to say that song's name. But that song is wild as shit. And if you know Maximum the Hormone, you're a goat. So yeah, that shit is dope. I want to see those guys live so bad. Like they would be so fun to watch. They're like one of the few metal bands in Japan who are like that I know about that have that kind of vibe that I look for that just feels so raw in the moment. And that's what I look for in music. It's just people who can be in the moment and just like create experiences that are like multi-dimensional. Like they're straight alien. Like you can't explain it honestly. There's so many things like psychedelics are cool and all, but music specifically that that actually I've had some of the most insane experiences jamming and just listening to music that can't be explained sometimes, and mainly specifically in jam sessions, listening to jam sessions and performing in jam sessions and live sessions, like all of that like can't be replicated in a studio, depending on the artist you're talking about. Like Meshuggah is one of those artists. Like seeing them live, I've heard is nothing like actually hearing the album sometimes. Like their shows live are sometimes infinitely better than the album. And then a lot of the times, apparently, but sometimes it's just so good, it's like insane. Mastodon was another one of those bands who performs very well live. Lamb of God, insane as fuck live. Um, I mean, oh my God, one that I got to see, privileged and blessed to have seen those guys as I really wish I got to see more of them before they stopped, was Dillinger Escape Plan. And I got to see them on their final tour. Fucking friend of mine brought me out and he put us in the balcony and I wanted to skin this man alive. I was like, yo, bro, why the fuck are we sitting in the balcony at a Dillinger Escape Plan concert? And he was like, I don't know. I'm like 30. I'm starting to feel old. I was like, bro, you gotta be fucking kidding me. And yeah, I was about to jump off the balcony. I was in my 20s at the time, so I wasn't hearing it. I was like, even in my 30s, I'm not hearing it. I'm like, what the fuck do you mean? You feel like you're getting old. Even today, I'd be like, are you stupid? I need to be in the pit. What the fuck do you mean? Yeah, nah. If Dillinger Escape Plan told me they were playing a concert today, and yeah, I'm not fucking going to be on the outskirts of that. I am going to be in the middle of everything, losing my shit. People don't understand how good some of these bands are, at least to me, and how well they perform live. They're insane. This shit is an energy you can't replicate. It's fucking alien. I'm trying to find this mosquito. This motherfucker keeps flying around in here. But yeah, nah, Dillinger Escape Plan is one of my favorite bands for sure. Fucking love those guys. Um, super super dope. Do 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 do. Boom boom boom. Why messaging me? Uh, nah. I ignoreth. Accept. Arc Raiders is actually a decent game. I'm not gonna lie, first few people I've encountered in a game have already been pieces of shit. Um, other than that, it's an amazing game. But yeah, just working on this right now. I think we're pretty much done with this area. Yep, volume over time, trade activity, dex performance, volume breakdown, APR tracking, LP positions, your positions, just giving a good, like, we'll fix that later to be more in line with our aesthetic and our look. This is just all getting the data up there first. This is how you do things. You make it look, you get it there first, and then you make it pretty later. You know, build it, then refine it. Get the frame, then the details. There's always a pipeline to things, people. Fucking mosquito got me in the back of the neck. See, this is some shit. That's some shit, motherfucker. Fuck. All right, anyway. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, bow, bow. All right. All right, we can move on to the next step. Sweet. Let's push everything. All right, so now I'm gonna do a moment where I like go on a rant to the AI because I kind of like just want to go on a tangent about specifically how I want to build this part out, and that requires me to just start babbling. So I'm gonna turn off my mic for a minute while I do that. And if you think I'm talking to you, I'm not. I'm just talking to the AI. Where is my voice to text? No thanks. It keeps trying to force me into UK. Sorry for you motherfuckers in UK, but I speak American English, as we say. Uh, where's that motherfucker? There you got you, bitch. Got his ass. I got like the nice. I perfected the under swing. You know what I mean? Like I just, you know, just get them with the fucking. Anyway, let's get back to fucking work. Microphone, yeah, sorry, it's good. All right, yeah, I just want to rant with some AI. Fucking try to get me into fingers, huh? Let's see, you come out here, pussy. Yeah, I can't wait until the mosquito insect comes in, because apparently it works really well. So I have an insect in the house. I really ever pour yourself some shit and then not bring it with you back to where you was going and just leave it in the kitchen? I do not understand what the fuck that was about. I'm gonna pour myself some orange juice and then just leave it in the fucking kitchen. All right, that was special. I'm gonna play some beats I made without AI real quick for you guys, so you guys can hear some of the stuff I made without AI while I'm still waiting for this other AI to finish doing what I tasked it to do. That looks fucking godly. God damn, I'm gonna have to save that. What the fuck is this shit? What in the Halo fuck is that? And I'm gonna have to save that for later. And to oh man. Yeah, now we're gonna leave that right there. I wasn't supposed to come here. I got distracted. What the fuck is that? That shit better work. It better not just look pretty. Looking pretty is one thing. Being good is another. Um so this is an album I made years ago using FL Studio. Called Sidewalks. And one of my favorite songs on it is Holy Water Chill. I made this without AI. Yet again, just reminding you folks, these songs are not without AI. Without AI. Let me clarify again. These are not made with AI. I'm talking to myself. So like I'm not a big fan of every song on this album, but like I think it's like my favorite songs that I made from here are definitely Chill and Arcturian's fun. I have Sidewalks, which is the self-titled of the album, but that's made as a tribute to my grandmother, so you guys can listen to that on your own time. And then yeah, no, it's pretty dope album overall, but I definitely feel like I could remaster it and make it sound better. Still working on this and making sure these look more of what I want them to look like. I just don't like the way this looks at all still, so I'm gonna be here for a while fixing this. And I knew this was gonna take longer than I thought, but it is what it is. It's just I like this format better for sure, because then it's like there's no need for me to hover over it and it do this other overlay thing. All right, let me. I gotta go into a fucking rant with the AI. Give me a minute. Put on some music in the meantime. Um, find some other music that I've made. Um, this is all good stuff too. All right, cool. So this is some other music I made for another project a while ago. Waifu verse actually, which will be Ringa in the future, and I can't wait to work on that. I'm looking forward to doing that. I just gotta get this going first, and then once Umbrae is up and going and running, we can just start working on the dope shit. It's a good song. I like all kinds of music. You guys will notice that about me. I can listen to metal. I've made all this music with either AI or I've made it myself, one or the other, right? So this music you're listening to right now, I made with AI, and I made it with Suno a while ago. And this stuff I made just to vibe off of like lo-fi chill shit that I liked, that was very relaxed and more feminine in tone and things like that. But yeah, it's good to chill, smoke, and vibe to now and again. It's cool. It's got a good balance to it. It's definitely something I like. I like. And then I do always now and again like going back to metal again. Like once things feel too delicate, I'm just like, I need the chaos. Where is that coming from? Oh yeah. Let me close that. Ooh, ooh. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna look at that right now. I gotta go back to it. I like guns, as you guys will learn. Guns are very fun. They're fun toys. Guns are not toys. Yeah, I know. I know. It depends on how you're dealing with them. They're definitely not a toy for sure. But it's definitely a man's toy at the end of the day. I love that shit. Oh, I like mechanics a lot. Whoosh. So one of my dreams is to create a. I'm actually not gonna say it because some fucking rich asshole might hear it out there and try to do it before me. So fuck that. I'm gonna wait and to do it myself. Fuck that. I'm telling it only to my homies who are gonna build it with me. I got a 3D printer that's gonna help me make it possible one day when I have free time. I have some other cool shit I'm gonna be doing. There we go. That looks way cooler. I have some other cool shit I'm gonna be doing pretty soon for Triple OGs first, and I'm gonna be doing that shortly after the first event. Hopefully, the second event I'll be doing it. I'll be doing monthly events out here in Thailand, probably after we go live, where we give people the opportunity to come together, network, learn about new things going on, learn about what we're doing next, where we're planning, where we're going, all kinds of shit. I always want to give people the opportunity to just be a part of the experience and also time for us to like. I want to find ways to create experiences for people to just unwind as well in the space a little bit more together. Um, doesn't have to be so serious all the time. Um, Things are pretty serious right now as it is, but being able to have a good, healthy mental state is key. You can't be too caught up in getting trapped in the ego, as they say. All right, so that should work. Oh, that pen does not work. So one of the things I'm looking at right now is like, what the fuck are these little things up here in the left corner? Like, what is that? Like, what is that? What is that? What is the point of it? Right? It doesn't even look good. It looks horrible. And then, but this, yeah, no, we're getting closer and closer. I don't like the color differences. Not a fan of these. I'm not a big fan of the colors here. Uh, I'd like something a little bit more phosphor and I don't know. Maybe make these feel more CRT like. Uh, yeah. All right, I need something a little bit more intense and trappy. Fucking, it sucks because like I can't play the music that I want to play sometimes because it's like copyright and all that shit. But I want to show it to you guys. Like it's like it'd be dope. Um, doop, doop, doop. Yeah, nah, it's like that's one of the things. Like, if you're in my community, you start acting stupid, I'm gonna remove you from the community. Uh, you know, uh, like some dude was just in the community. I don't need to call him out specifically, like by name or anything, but some dude was just in the Discord, like tripping and acting all emotional about shit and trading emotionally, and then making that someone else's problem when like, bro, like, we're grown. Like, I can't tell you, and this is why I say you're not allowed to give people financial advice. Plain and simple. You shouldn't either way. And when it comes down to it, fucking, there are a lot of people who are benefiting off of this and what we're building right now, who are smart and who know how to like play the game the right way when it comes down to trading. If you can't play the game trading the right way, do not. It's not a casino. Trading. I don't treat trading like a casino, but as a it is a place where you can get fucked very easily by the market, and it does not care about your feelings. And if you put your feelings in that, you're going to always 100% lose every fucking time. I promise you. You're going to end up on the shit end of the stick because you let your feelings get the best of you. The market does not give a fuck about your feelings. Okay, let's see. So this, yeah, I'm still not liking this that much. It's just, yeah. All right, let me talk to the AI a little bit here and see what we get. I'm gonna play a little bit of metal. Like, I need something more intense because I'm getting tired. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm gonna finish this and I'm gonna go to bed. Or I'm not too tired, but I'm gonna finish this, wrap this up, probably take care of a few other administrative things, and then go to bed. And then maybe play now round of Arc Raiders. I might get a little session in there. I started that yesterday, and that was pretty fun. I like how you can just do quick runs too, so I could just hop in there and hop out. It's good concept for the game. And it feels rewarding to be able to leave and actually have things that come with you out, and then you can go back in with. It feels like they thought a lot about like the whole scope of the game. All right, quick. So these all make sense as like things, but I just don't like how it's organized. We need to move on to the next sprints. Um, and then let me first explain to the AI what we need to do because I won't be able to focus with the music at the same time. One other thing I'd like to point out is the fact that I don't think that AI is going to ever replace humans in the sense that we think it will. Um, for me, I'm not personally going to be doing that with my company. Like, I just rather work with somebody in my company who knows how to use AI to make their workflow more efficient. That's about it. If you're good at your job without it, that's all that matters to me. And if you can get your job done quickly without AI, that's all that fucking matters to me. I don't care. But if somebody can do your job just as good, if not better, and faster because they know how to use I will favor that person. Because at the end of the day, if they can get the exact same quality for the job, they know how to do everything to the T, and they're using AI to do it. People are going to favor that. I'm going to favor that, and I've been doing that since day one before I even started a fucking company or any of that shit. And started paying. It's like it's just how people work when they build things. It's human efficiency. So you can't expect founders or company leaders to not think like that. You have to realize that that the incentive has to shift around doing this in a way where you don't just cut people off and just replace them with AI. That doesn't make sense. What makes sense is training people how to use AI more efficiently to do their current task. That's what needs to happen. People are too focused on replacing other people with these tools instead of saying, how can I bring the people on my team up to speed with these tools so that way we all work more efficiently? Because if I'm able to work this efficiently alone by using these tools, that means if I simply educate everyone else on my fucking team the same way, they should be able to work just as efficiently too, if not better. So it's really what it comes down to. Oh, I like that. That looks much sharper. That looks much sharper. Like this. Clean. Okay, let me go super base and bring it there. Okay, we're gonna have to address a bunch of this shit because I'm retarded. Um, let's see. I have so much to learn still. So much to learn. Do 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 do. Portfolio snapshots. All right. Run. Hiya. Mission focus. Run. Oh fuck! I forgot to do this one. Shit. Okay. Okay. Second, I'm just over here adding everything and then we'll play some music. I know you guys are watching me do absolutely nothing in here, absolutely nothing right now. And it's probably, what the fuck is going on in here? And I'm being retarded again. There we go. All right, cool. And no, what the fuck, Eli? All right, there you go. I'm tired. You can tell I'm tired because I'm making a lot more mistakes all of a sudden as I move around. All right, cool. That's good. Everything's good there. Let me check my database. I have probably like a ton of extra fucking tables and shit now. Yep, fucking extra ass tables. All right. One, two, three. Some of these might just end up getting deleted because I won't need them later. It does seem like some of these I already made are necessary. All right, cool, good. That's missing user tags, ID, wallet, ID tag. All right, so all right, we'll fix the rest of this later. We have missions already in there. All right, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna wrap this up here, and I am getting to fucking sleep. I think this is pretty much it, though. Um, yeah, this is good. I'm having deja vu. I love that shit, and I hate that shit. Holy shit! Definitely been a good session. I think I got a lot done. Um, going to work on more tomorrow. I'm gonna get more work done around probably just polishing this up and making it look a little bit better. But other than that, I think this is in the direction of what I think the mission controls should look like. Where, when I hire other developers in the future who are better than me at, visual design and shit like that, but capture the overall vision and aesthetic of the company and enhance it and upgrade it. Because I'm looking at this shit like an RPG as well. Like, I treat it like an RPG. The better you get, and the more you can scale, the more I can upgrade all of these different components to the ecosystems that I'm creating and all that shit, and then we can just create better and better flow. Like, one of the things that I like to do in video games is max out my account. Like, I like to see my account say, like, one of the things I did Fantasy Star Online for version 1 and 2 was I maxed my account to 9999999 Meseta, whatever the fuck the max was. Like, I just hit that shit. And then my brother, his his ass, when we were younger, fucking bitch. I'll never forgive him for that shit because I'll never forget it. Oh man, he goes into my account one day because he's like, "Oh, he got all this money." He takes half my shit, half of all the bread in my account, and then brings it back to his account. I'm like, dude. So, yeah, you gotta be careful when you let access any of your memory cards. I was learning crypto lessons early back in the day, dude. It's just horrible. It's like, oh, this piece of shit had access to my wallet. Great, because we're accounts were both on the same memory card, so he could just load up my account right there. It's like, oh, you fucker. Yep. So good times, good times. But I think we covered some good ground today. Uh, I'm not really sure if there's anything else I want to add to this, but yeah, I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. I will do another session like this tomorrow. Um, I may not always do sessions like this. Like sometimes I'm just gonna be like, I want to just be by my fucking self and work. But I do want to make it a habit where I do work sessions and like people can co-work and just vibe with me and work and shit like that. And I might have other people hop in streams like this where we have like cross stream, like cross like venture, like co-working sessions and shit like that. Just I don't know. I just want to create some vibes while I get shit done. So hopefully everybody's in a better mental state after everything, and hopefully my addressment to the Cyrene situation answered a bunch of questions. We are going to make an official post. I'm going to be working on that. If not tonight, I don't get it out because I want to make sure I have to review it with my team and make sure it looks good with them. And then once everything looks good there, we'll post that out so everybody's on the same page, and then we're good to go. But yeah, looking forward to making shit happen, guys. We're gonna keep cooking. Peace.